Diamonds are for everyone.
I put them everywhere.
Diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. Love for all.
Diamonds for all. Pandora, lab grown diamonds.
This group is competitive and it's fierce. She did have a mean girl streak. A lot of us could. Did she really just get down? Seriously? She's dead? Mean girl murders. All new on day 9 on IT.
Emotionally, I was done. I just wanted to get out. Like, I just wanted a way out. I didn't spend much time with him at that point, and I really did my best not to interact and to try and get myself together to get out of there. Later, I found out that he was actually, even though he was with Amanda, Amanda was part of a polyamory group or family. And he was also in that family for a brief time. And then he had a relationship with both her and Roderick, a triad, so to say. But I'm not 100% on how that worked out on their end. I didn't want to know. I really didn't. I just knew once he was gone that the abuse would stop, that the yelling would stop, that the fights would stop, that it would be, you know, a better environment. That's when I disconnected everything and went to a place nobody knew of. And I waited for a while. I can't remember how long I waited. But I contacted my closest friend, and she was upset that I hadn't contacted her. I called her, and I said, well, what are you upset about? She said, well, Joel did. And I said, Joel did what? She's like, he didn't see the news? I said, no. I said, he murdered somebody. He took the whole place hostage. He really, like lost it. I was really concerned he was going to kill me, but, you know, he found another target.
You got gunshots? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god.
Yeah, we have guns fired at Silverwood off of Avenue J, apartment Silverwood.
How many shots did you hear?
Oh man, it was a lot of them. Probably a good 10, maybe 15 gunshots. At least a clip.
All right, how many minutes ago?
30 seconds ago.
Oh,
There's something like that.
yeah,
What state?
Do we know his name? Joe White. Joe White.
In October of 2013, I get a phone call from my brother in the morning, which I thought was odd from the get-go because he didn't ever call me that early. So I thought, well, I better pick up. He says, sis, you know, I can tell his voice is not himself. And he says, I think I hurt somebody. He said, I think I shot somebody. I was like, you shot somebody? And my stomach just went in knots. I'm like, what do you mean? And he wasn't real clear on what had happened. And in the meantime, he says that there's police outside. What should I do? What should I do? I was like, well, you probably need to turn yourself in. You don't need to hurt anybody else. Shortly thereafter, I got a call waiting. It was somebody else on the other line. And I told Joel, I was like, maybe this is the police. So I hung up with him. It was a negotiator on the phone. And so sure enough, Joel had hurt somebody. He killed somebody.
About 30 rounds.
Oh, from the girl that left when he killed her husband?
I mean, that really brought it home to me.
Huh?
You're just outsiders, though. You just can't even believe it. The negotiator started asking me questions about my brother, like if he had a bunch of guns, and I wasn't sure, how many guns he had.
Can't tell us. Shots were coming from.
24, I was seeing flash from the northeast corner. Combination northeast corner.
250. I've just been notified by somebody that gentleman is suicide by cop. Suicide by cop. Yeah, I know, man. I'm probably going to get this sometime. The west side of this. Make sure. So there's some information I need to give you.
As far as everything starting, it all started Saturday. Saturday, Joel wanted to go meet this couple. I don't know if it was for sex or for fun or just friendship. He said that everything, I told him I didn't want anything to do with it. And he went on. He went.
And I just got to be blunt, so I don't know, but is that swinging or something you wanted to do some swinging or?
I guess so.
They're up.
So around 1 o'clock in the morning, she called her ex-husband and told him the situation and asked him to come and stay at her apartment for a while. So this is all, I've not heard any of this. This is something I've not seen before. Yeah, I had not heard that she had called Roderick over to like just hang out with her.
Who was Roger?
Roderick is my ex-husband. And 6 o'clock this morning, almost on the dot, I woke up and I don't know if I heard gunshot or not. I don't know.
Yeah, go on about this. And I'm trying to get so graphic, man, but what did you see?
Roderick laying face down with the car door open.
When I was behind cover, I advised him that it was the Arlington Police Department to come out with your hands up, nothing in your hands. Before I could finish giving surrender protocol, the individual then fired an additional at least 15 shots in the direction of officers. Oh my God. Yeah, so I didn't know. I mean, I knew he got charged with attempted capital murder for that, but I didn't realize how many times he shot. So that's something that I had not heard. It's crazy. I just remember just being upset and just pacing around and just replaying everything in my mind, like all the way back. Like, how did this happen? And so I just cried.
What happened, babe? He just killed the man. Why you went and killed the husband?
I was considering
With the next selection, the Lions are on the clock. It's the Steelers now on the clock.
There's a lot more to this story that needs to be brought out that hasn't been surfaced.
Block's first ever Waterfront Home Renovation Showdown. Your favorite all-star teams are back. And we're up for redemption. You, Steven? You challenge it. It's beautiful. Four identical properties, and we're taking on every room in the house. It's time to sink or swim. Rock the Block, all new Monday night at 9 on HGTV. An alternative to pills, Voltaren is a clinically proven arthritis pain relief gel which penetrates deep to target the source of pain with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine directly at the source. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Angel Soft toilet paper is strong and soft every time. Angel Soft, soft and strong, simple.
Give me a hot pink cosmopolitan and some drama.
The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now.
Cocktail with kettle and vodka.
The Colts now on the clock.
The pen keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever. Yes. Depends. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Maybelline Neon. Ma'am? Oh, I assumed that you were raised to call everyone ma'am.
No, I guess people your age.
People my age? How old do you think I am? You know what? Don't answer that, but take it from me. It's not very old. Instant eraser treatment makeup. Yep. Flawless.
Ooh, trouble seeing, buddy? You should book an exam at America's Best. America's Best. They have one of the nation's largest groups of optometrists. Oh, you're very welcome. America's Best, because eye care is healthcare, and you deserve the best.
All Free Clear is the #1 doctor-recommended brand for sensitive skin. Whether you have a family with sensitive skin
Or you do yourself.
for a gentle and effective clean, all you need is All Free Clear.
The Kansas City
This is what
Chiefs
we need to
now
protect
on the
ourselves.
clock.
Like elderberries. Nature's Way combined these with vitamin C, D, and zinc for powerful immune support inspired by nature. Nature's Way.
At Olive Garden, sauce is the soul. It's what takes you on a tour of Italy. From chicken and shrimp carbonara to the next level. Made from scratch every day. It's one of the ways we put more in, so you get more out.
These new Little Caesars Crazy Puffs are fun size.
And perfect on the go.
You use that, Buttercup? We can go anywhere. Enjoy Little Caesars Crazy Puffs on the go for just $3.99. Pizza.
Spectrum Internet offers the fastest speeds in more neighborhoods than any other provider. Now upgrade to Spectrum Internet Ultra for just $10 more a month and get one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited free for 12 months. Connect faster, safer, and more reliably with Spectrum. Get Spectrum Internet with speeds up to 500 megabits per second for just $10 more a month. Plus, a Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line free. Call or visit spectrum.net/upgrade today.
Why do dermatologists worldwide
It's now
recommend
the
moisturizing
Vikings' turn
effective skincare?
on the
Roche
clock.
Posay Double Repair Face Moisturizer delivers double nutrition to help repair
The
skin
Chicago
barriers
Bears are on the
and
clock
hydration
now.
for healthy looking skin. The Roche Posay.
The Denver Broncos are on the clock.
Double the juniors, that's your cue. One for you, one for your friends to go. JK, you ate them both. They'll never know. Having your way.
Y'all like old football players. Y'all like old school Burger Kings with old cup. That burger, them burgers don't taste like that shit, like back in the day.
My brother never said why he did it. He couldn't give me a straight answer. She was right for him.
Right, yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
One was in Roche Sharon, Texas, and I came to I have every 5 year for murder.
So tell us what happened that morning.
So first of all, I'm very sorry. I mean, and what I did to that poor man. So how did it feel when you thought about it? I was absolutely numb afterwards. Just absolutely numb.
What would you say to Roderick's family that you didn't get to say then?
I would just say there's no words that I can say to even begin to atone for that loss. I mean, I can't imagine the pain that she went through. Roderick's murder in particular.
The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock.
He softened it for you.
The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
That was one of the games when he was like trying to get someone to I said that. Or, yeah, especially with people when he uses his mom. No, I don't think it's sincere.
The Los Angeles Rams now on the clock.
My living girlfriend, Amanda, I worked with for about a year. She was a funeral director. She was involved in the crime. Me and my grave mate Amanda had a pact for some time. We were going to resist the police, the government, and we were going to die together in battle and be together forever.
So how does Roderick come into it?
So, I don't know her motivation for having killed Roderick. I mean, I can't read her mind.
Oh, you try to say she
But
did.
you pulled the trigger, right?
I did. I pulled the trigger. She told me to. And she called, texted, and lured him over. She lured that man over. She watched me shoot him, and that's what she wanted to do. She called and left him a voicemail on his answering
It's now
machine.
the Arizona Cardinals selection. They're on the clock.
Opened fire on him. And it was terrible.
The Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock.
So Amanda told a very different story to police. We spoke to the lead investigator on the case, and that there was no evidence of that or the voicemail. Or how do you respond to that?
I respond, that's not true at all. With my grave mate, we had a pact.
No, I don't recall a voicemail with her voice on it saying, Roderick, come back to this location. We deal with facts.
On the
There
clock
is no
now,
indication
the
that
Los Angeles
Amanda had
Rams.
participated in this shooting. No
It's the
evidence.
Bills now on the
Amanda
clock.
to call Roderick there to facilitate this shooting. No evidence.
And believe what?
Yeah, that's it.
Roderick and I had sex together.
Did he come over with the intention to have sex?
No, just sat on the bed and we were talking.
One thing led to the other. Okay.
So, yeah, there's an allegation that I killed Roderick.
The
out of
Las
jealousy
Vegas
because he
Raiders
slept with
now
Amanda.
on
That
the
nothing
clock.
could be further from the truth. We had an open relationship, actually. So, the notion that I killed one of the rifles and start engaging police because we had trained together. We had been training for this for months.
Right.
What was going through your mind?
This is the point of no return. This is the point of no return. There's no going back from our parents.
Next up, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
In your experience, how often is jealousy and murder?
In my experience working homicide, and I've been working on the special for 20 years, jealousy has always been a primary root of the causative factors of an offensive crime.
This was told partner. Okay. It's still a religion more than anyone agrees with. You know, you don't love me, it's the kid, it's you, it's sorry I took the man you really love. Please, Jesus, forgive me. Please help my dad. It's not for I believe what this is him realizing that killing Roderick wasn't in the way he wanted.
On the clock now, the Denver Broncos.
That's why you say I'm sorry I hurt you.
This first.
On the clock now, the Chicago Bears. The Minnesota Vikings, now on the clock.
Inflammation. Enter Nucala. It isn't your rescue treatment, and it's not a steroid. It's an injection you can do at home just once a month. Nucala targets the cells and helps your symptoms. But less asthma attacks. Steroids. Less asthma-related hospitalizations. Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic
Misha.
Nucala is not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. It will fight away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred.
I noticed your blunt wasn't lit, so I oh, okay, well, I don't want you to burn yourself. If you say you up, then that's fine.
And fatigue. It's not you, it's your symptoms. So help get ahead of your asthma. Get to the source, measured with simple blood testing. Ask your specialist about Nucala.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket. I'm a full-time artist and business owner. I love that cricket helps me share my artwork, create content, and stay in touch with customers. Coverage is a beautiful thing.
With the next pick, the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock.
Lung cancer has you searching for possibilities. Discover a different first treatment. Immunotherapies work with your immune system to attack cancer, but Opdivo plus Yervoy is the first combination of two immunotherapies. Newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that has spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and is not an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Opdivo plus Yervoy.
Bless you, baby. Bless you.
It helps your immune system fight cancer in two different ways. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing, and fever. These are all the possible side effects. Problems can occur more often. Opdivo is severe. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune and nervous system problems. or receive chest radiation. Your search for 2 immunotherapies starts here. Ask your doctor about Opdivo plus Yervoy, a chance to live longer.
It's now the Indianapolis Colts selection.
Yeah, it's that good. Want it? Need it? Cheese it.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything Pittsburgh, so he was happy to read the disclaimer of the TurboTax petition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Content for the annual credits only. See how at TurboTax.com.
That's right. Flat under tax rate for 100% for TurboTax free HP, giving you the next refund very soon. Big bonus count. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com.
What makes Slotomania the #1 free slots game? The stunning visuals and high-end design. The endless possibilities to win a variety of different jackpots. The awesome time you'll have winning and playing with friends. This is why millions of slot players choose to play Slotomania, the #1 free slots game in the world. Download now to receive 1 million coins and a free piggy. Slotomania. What will today spin?
It's the Philadelphia Eagles, now on the clock.
The space shuttle accident is usually not one thing. It's a series of events. Is that part of the wing coming apart? Space Shuttle Columbia.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock.
Why did you choose Robert? Because Amanda directed me to. Because she told me to shoot him.
And there was no like argument back and forth.
Yeah, a little bit, occasionally, but nothing serious. I mean, there was no the point of murder. I mean, I'm just honestly, in my opinion, I believe I was legally insane. I'm pretty sure it was bipolar, but he never really told me the exact diagnosis. But he did get awarded, a disability check for his mental illness reasons.
But never schizophrenia like in the
No. I can tell you what I was diagnosed with. I was diagnosed with attention deficit disorder and bipolar disorder. I was considered bipolar type 2.
On the clock now,
for a number of
the
years
Detroit
before the
Lions.
time. Afterwards, after the murder and the incarceration, they diagnosed me with Look, I'm not denying it. I'm
The
not,
Dallas
I'm not
Cowboys
trying to
are
defend
now
myself.
on the
I'm not
clock.
trying to litigate with y'all. Yeah, I mean, he was in coherent in a lot of respects, but there was still an underlying delusion that ultimately that was for psychiatric professionals and the jury to decide. I should have had a fair trial. Why did I take a plea? Well, I did not have effective assistance of counsel approval. That's why, and I wasn't in a good state of mind.
Did you give up your competency claims when you thought you were going to get a 20-year sentence, but then when you were faced with 35 years, you wanted another competency exam?
Maybe. He didn't like that question. He's lying. Trying to give a good answer.
The Panthers are on the clock.
You gotta understand how bad it looks for the attorney. Because he's getting a little tear in his voice. I'm not the same person now today that I was then. I am immortal. I accept responsibility. I'll repeat that, and that's the truth.
On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He's got older. He's got gray in his beard. This makes me sad too, because like I watched him like grow into a middle-aged man, you know, while he's behind bars. So that is, you know, it just it bothers me. It hurts. I mean, he did what he did, and he's got to pay the price. It's just sad. It's just, I don't feel bad either, really. Here it is 10 years later, and I'm still trying to figure out what really happened. What led him to do that? I just, in my wildest dreams, would have never thought he would kill somebody. I never saw it coming.
He like girls and boys. Nigga crazy, man. Not even that. I'm just saying, nigga crazy.
I was with him for 10 years.
The 49ers on the clock now.
There's no going back. You can't recover 10 years because he was evil. He liked death. He didn't value life.
With the next selection, the Falcons are on the clock.
The devil will speak as beautifully in the scriptures. I believe he enjoys it too. Being evil and being thought of as evil. I think that for him, being looked at as evil is powerful.
You think it's possible he would kill someone again?
Yes.
The brothers between and we threw the road in the spring exit. I took it down all this stuff.
I regret everything about that. I mean, I killed two people. You don't come back from that, really.
He goes to the shooting. I knew in my own mind when I was from the shooting.
If I had an opportunity to talk to the victim families, I want to tell them I'm sorry. Sorry for what I've done to you and to your loved ones.
I think that Robert lied so much growing up and about the crimes themselves. But it's just hard for some people to believe.
Next up, the Commanders are
There's
on the
always
clock.
two sides to the story, and that fills in the blanks.
I spent so much time in prison because Robert Schaefer is apparently incapable of telling the truth. And here we are 30 years later, and he's still telling lies. It's been nothing but lies since 1990.
I didn't ever really actively talk David out of it, but I didn't talk myself into it. I'm not trying to put him on the hook by saying it was his idea, but it went from being a pre-planned robbery to a murder, like within a few minutes.
You're saying it was David's idea to rob someone.
Yep.
That right there is what pisses me off, because that's a complete and utter fabrication. There's not even one iota of fact to it. None. That's exactly what I'm doing here. That's the only reason why I'm doing it.
The New England Patriots now on the clock.
I remember hearing pretty early on that 2 people had been killed. And then later I was shocked to go, oh my God, this was murder. It was Penny, but I didn't think it would be evil act. But the true story that was an evil thing to do. Robert Schaefer is my mother's youngest brother. 7 total kids. My Uncle Robert was more like a cousin or a sibling in age.
The Los Angeles Chargers now on the clock.
Charismatic, charming. So he was just fun and exciting. I knew trouble was around sometimes when he was around. As I got older, of course, I understood that, Robert was stirring up the trouble. Robert grew up in Salina, Kansas. One summer, we were visiting for the week. We were walking around the neighborhood, and these two other youths come up, and Robert and them are having words, and it seems that they don't like each other. They were cussing at each other. I remember thinking, ooh, that's a little, whoa. Those are words I don't normally hear. And then, all of a sudden, one of the boys pulls a knife and holds it up to my sister's neck. And everyone just kind of freezes. And I remember feeling a little
On
scared
the clock
in that
now,
moment, like,
the
what is
Seattle
going on? It's
Seahawks.
happening so fast. But then I realized, whoa, Robert also had a knife, and Robert didn't back down. He didn't seem to be afraid of the other boys at all. And he seemed to be in control of the situation. He was ready to fight if he had to. And the boys ran off. And then we were all just kind of in shock for a minute, like, what just happened? This was the first time that I ever saw something violent happening around Robert. On one particular hot day, Robert and I were throwing ice at each other, back and forth, but just teasing each other. And I happened to land a piece of ice right in his eye. Oh. And if you switched, something there switched. Like, now you're in trouble.
And now on the clock, it's the
And
49ers.
He came over to me and grabbed me and squeezed me and kind of lifted me up maybe an inch or two off the ground and kind of looked at me with rage in his eyes.
You ready to eat,
And
babe?
in that moment, I thought, holy crap, he's angry. But as quick as he did it, he set me back down. I think at that point, I realized, okay, this is a guy that I need to be a little more careful about. There's a point you don't cross with him.
Are you ready to eat?
This is about stayed with us.
Well, 16 or
17 there. Looks good. Looks like this handsome, young, wild self. But was he also getting into mischief? Yeah, but at the time, it wasn't anything terrible, and I could never imagine some crime like murder would happen.
The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock.
Trouble seemed to follow Robert everywhere he went, and so even what seems like an innocent teenage thing to do could turn into trouble for Robert. So Robert had a girlfriend. I guess he had some scuffle with his girlfriend and ended up slapping her. And she went back to tell her brothers. And they came back looking for Robert.
serious.
And they had a gun. I was just shocked and kind of like, I wasn't prepared for that. I just thought, is this for real? I just knew this was serious.
Lock the door behind you.
And I remember thinking, whoa, that's big. That's a big thing. And now he's in big trouble. The police came, those kids ran off. My parents were not happy with
It's the
Robert
Cleveland
at this
Browns
point.
now
There had
on
been
the
so
clock.
many little things, and now it was really escalating to more dangerous things. They were reaching their breaking point, having you help Robert. I think they felt that they had done everything they could do, and consequences didn't seem to matter to him at all. Robert wasn't really caring how it affected the family, so I think that went it in. He's got to go.
The Houston Texans are now on the clock.
You know, with the same problems and issues. I remember my mom being on the phone and talking to everyone in the family that something had happened.
Next up, the Jets
That
are
Robert
on the
was in
clock.
trouble with him.
Give me my plate, please.
Not just fun rebellious stuff. This was really, really bad.
But you heard me?
And she let us know Robert was
Hey.
in jail and now going to be
You
on
heard
trial
me?
for murder.
I said, you can make my plate, please. I didn't want to
I
not
have
eat.
been really supportive of Robert for many years. I know the crimes he did were bad. I heard bits and pieces of it as a kid. He didn't tell the truth for many, many years, and I honestly am a truth seeker. So to me, the truth matters, regardless if it's positive or negative.
When you first reached out to me, I was hesitant. I don't have a good relationship with my family as it stands. If I had a chance to say anything to the show, or even to my whole family, I'm sorry. They didn't deserve it. They asked for this.
On the clock now, it's the
I
Green
know
Bay
that they feel like
Packers.
they're slipping up and I get that. And they have to live out there. And they answer questions that they don't have the answer to. But I'm sorry. I only thing I regret about turning myself in is I didn't tell the truth right out of the gate.
This group is competitive and it's fierce. She did have a Mean Girl Street. A lot of us could. Did she really just get stabbed? Seriously? She's dead?
All new.
You looked like the captain of the football team. But no matter what he made, there just wasn't enough money.
It just took the worst turn possible.
I never saw this much blood at a crime scene.
Lethally Blonde, all new. Monday at 10 on ID.
Are you good? No, I think I'm late for car insurance. Good thing the General gives you a break when you need it. Yeah, with flexible payment options keep you covered. Just tag us in. Like right now? Oh, I was talking about insurance.
With the next selection, the Ravens are on the
Like,
clock.
oh wait, go with the General.
Smile, you found it. The feeling of finding psoriasis can't filter out the real you. So go ahead, live unfiltered with the one and only Sotyktu, a once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis and the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding you're so ready for your close-up, or finding you don't have to hide your skin, just your background. Once daily Sotyktu was proven better, getting more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors.
Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. There's only one Sotyktu, so ask for it by name. So clearly you, Sotyktu. Meet the traveling trio. The thrill seeker, soul searcher, and ahoy, it's the explorer. They each help
On
him
the
to
clock
protect their money
now,
with Chase.
it's the Miami
Whoa, Lost card
Dolphins.
isn't keeping this thrill seeker down. Lost her card, not the vibe. The soul searcher is finding his identity and helping to protect it. Oh yeah, the explorer. She's looking to dive deeper, all while Chase looks out for her. Because these friends have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect, one bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours. Asthma. It can make you miss out on those epic hikes with friends. Step back out there with Fasenra. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma that is taken once every 8 weeks. Fasenra helps prevent asthma attacks. Most patients did not have an attack in the first year. Fasenra is proven to help you breathe better, so you can get back to doing day-to-day activities. And Fasenra helps lower the use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophilic conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing. Get back to what you've missed. Ask your doctor about Fasenra.
Next
The
up,
only asthma
it's
treatment
the
taken once
Dolphins
every 8
on the
weeks.
clock.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
H&R Block's tax pros average 10 years of experience. And we'll do your taxes for you from start to finish. You know, for nearly 70 years, we've prepared more than 800 million tax returns worldwide. I should know. I'm H&R Block's Chief Tax Officer, Kathy Pickering. For us, expert help isn't new.
The
So
Baltimore
with $70
Ravens now
get
on
your
the
next
clock.
refund guaranteed with an H&R Block tax pro.
Hey, what's up there? Oh, I switched to H&R Block, doing my own taxes online. Kind of winning taxes. I was able to file free, and it was so easy to do on my own. So long, TurboTax. Ooh. Wow, I gotta make the switch. You really should.
Tired of TurboTax? You can file free and easily do your own taxes online with H&R Block. It's better with Block.
Columbia, Houston, now check.
Oh, you're nothing.
The space shuttle accident is usually not one thing, it's a series of events.
It's that part of the wing coming apart.
Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, premieres Sunday,
Next
April 7th
up,
at 9
it's
on
the
CNN.
Packers on the clock.
I agreed to tell my story because a lie has 1,000 voices, but the truth has but one. I told the lie for so long. I lived it for so long that I convinced myself that I was innocent. But I'm willing to come forward and say that I killed 2 people for no reason. I don't forgive myself for this.
You never will?
It's tough. It's tough. I can accept it from their family and my family if they want to do it, but it's hard to sit here on a camera and tell people this and act like it's normal when it's not. I don't feel like I'm as bad as the worst thing I've ever done, but how are people going to see it? It's cold, but I'm not cold. I'm not that person. I'm not.
But you were that one night.
With the next selection,
I
the
absolutely
New
was.
York
That's
Jets.
not what I want to be known for. I didn't have to do it. I said I done it. I didn't want to do it.
It hurts. That hurts.
Give me a Pepsi pack. A Pepsi when you come back in.
He's paying for his crime and how can't think of that.
David was just as troubled as I was. He was young,
On the
3 years
clock
younger,
now,
but he looked
the
like him. He
Houston
talked
Texans.
So fast.
He was a little bit of a
With the next selection, the Browns are on the clock.
on a lot of levels. We lived within a block of each other. So it was easy for us to get together, smoke weed, whatever. And we were just around each other all the time. At some point, David brought up robbing somebody. It
The
didn't
New
really go
York
anywhere at
Giants
first. I
on
listened
the
to it,
clock.
we kind of bantered back and forth, and I don't think I did anything to spur the conversation along, but I never, stopped it from talking about it. David was almost insistent on it. You to go do this? I said, yeah, I'm all in. And I went in my sister's husband's closet, got a handgun, and put bullets in it. Almost like I was calling his bluff. If this is what you want to go do, well, let's go do it. Okay, I'll do this. And I can't believe I did it. I didn't want to be a part of it at that point.
Did he know you had the gun?
Yep. David knew I had the gun. He watched me with the gun. He watched me put it in my waistband. And off we went. We didn't have a plan about who to rob. We were just looking for somebody to rob. A lot of kids hung out down there, smoking, drinking, doing whatever kids do. And we kind of watched the parking lot from a distance, and we could see at the other end of the parking lot there were 2 people. And it was dark, but we could see it was 2 men. We realized they were drunk, and at one point they were kissing.
When you saw these 2 men kissing, did you intentionally plan to go out and rob gay guys?
Well, no, we didn't intentionally plan to go rob gay guys, but it came up that those would certainly, gay men would be an easy target. The easier the better was kind of the point. You don't want anybody who was going to fight you back.
You said that they chose to go to this area because they knew gay men hung out in this area, and they were easy targets because they were weaker. Had you ever heard Robert talk about that before this, or?
I've never heard that from Robert. I've never heard him discuss that they were targeting gay men because they were weaker. I didn't even know that it was some common area where gay men hung out. I feel like whoever they happened upon was probably going to be the victims.
And we approached them. And the older man said, where did you guys come from? Oh, we were just right there. And what are you doing? What are you boys doing out so late?
Can you help us out?
I told him that we need to ride to St. Peter's to meet some girls, and I'll give you $5. And the other man who owned the car seemed hesitant, but he agreed. Well, the driver kept watching us in the rearview mirror. Like from the outset, he knew something was off. And for the most part, David was quiet. Are we going to rob him? I think is maybe the most he said, really. We kind of drove around in the area, and I didn't know St. Peter's at all. The driver was really skeptical, look, at some point, you're going to have to get out of this car. He knew something was up.
Yeah, I think we're close enough. Just a little further, up here.
The New England Patriots.
It was just out in the middle of nowhere. It's the middle of some farm field. The driver stopped and said, get out of the car. And as soon as I came out of the car, I hit the driver right in the stomach, kicked him in the stomach, and he ended up in the ditch. I kicked him in the ditch. And I don't know what was going on with David and the passenger. The driver was in the ditch. He tried to get out of the ditch, and I shot him. I fired 3 shots.
Why?
I was out of control, and I just shot him. I didn't have a reason other than it just escalated so quick. I didn't plan for that to happen. And then the passenger was up and running along the side of the road, kind of at the top of the ditch. Fired 2 shots. That was it. It was over and done with. They were both shot.
Why did you shoot the second man?
Same reason I shot the first one. I mean, I just shot the first one, so obviously I'm in trouble now. And it was completely out of control. I was out of control. I didn't have a reason to shoot either one of them. They weren't physically a threat. I don't have a defense for that. The reason why I shot them was it was just out of control.
Oh, no. That's him. And that's Robert Shaper, 12922. So January 29th of 22. Make number 990101. Goes to Correctional Center. It's awful happy. That's not a man that's living in reality. This man is in prison for the rest of his life, and he acts like he's getting ready to go to circus. Maybe he's happy where he's at. Because I never cracked a smile like that in 12 and a half years of prison. That's what we call a penitentiary punk.
The Jaguars are on the clock now.
There's nothing left in him. He's just shallow. There's nothing left. And he's still telling lies. There's been nothing but lies, since 1990. I'm not here to help anyone. I'm not here to harm anyone. I'm simply just stating what really happened and telling the truth.
And the flavor of a slow-cooked smoked sausage is so gloriously delicious that the sight of it sizzling makes your taste buds weep. If it's Hillshire Farm. Oh, hell yeah.
With Flonase, allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily gives you long-lasting, non-drowsy relief. Flonase, all good. Also, try our allergy headache and nighttime pills.
Okay, when you turn around, you're going to see someone.
Turkey and cheese.
Let's imagine that LL Cool J has a bubble around him. Do we want to be
I'm
inside?
Keith. There are some situations that young homeowners turning into their parents just can't handle.
Yep, there he is. There's my nephew. Now I got a video of him playing piano.
That's not how you take a selfie.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
3, 2, 1.
Don't need a countdown. Just take the picture.
Keep It Quilted means you keep it the best. Keep It Quilted means comfort that feels good and does good. With 5 million trees planted. For her. And for generations to come. Keep It Quilted with Quilted Northern. Cheese and fruit and crackers. Cheese and fruit and crackers. Cheese and fruit and crackers. We get some golden crackers. Together is the best way to discover joy. Kinder Joy. Open a world of surprise.
Lowe's knows new projects come with questions, so we have answers. Like how to keep your yard looking lush. Which paint color matches your bold style. And with the MyLowe's Rewards credit card, you can save 5% every day. You got this, and we got you.
A national taste test determined America's favorite boneless wings. Applebee's won. How about that? You don't even have wing in our name. Get them now for just 50 cents. Only at Applebee's.
Activia deliciously supports gut health in 1, 2, 3. Gut friendly with daily nutrients. Helps digestive health. Yeah, I'm doing it. Probiotics by the billions. I'm not new to it. Activia, your gut is where it all begins.
If you spit blood when you brush, it could be the start of a domino effect. New Parodontics Active Gum Repair Breath Freshener. Clinically proven to help reverse the 4 signs of early gum disease. A new toothpaste from Parodontics, the gum experts.
Whoa. How do they get these things to smell so good? Must be magic. Hefty Ultra Strong with Fabuloso scent.
Spring break! Spring has sprung! These bakers are serving up sweets inspired by spring celebrations.
I feel it now.
The party is here.
And you're invited.
This is the epitome of spring.
All new Spring Baking Championship, Monday at 8 on Food Network.
Sorry, guys, that took me for... What is this?
Well, you know how our T-Mobile home internet can slow down?
Uh-huh.
Turns out walls can get in the way. So I fixed it.
So instead of getting a Spectrum internet, which is fast and reliable 24/7, you got us internet that can be blocked by walls.
Yes, but I think I fixed it.
By smashing a hole through a wall.
So technically, walls. Yeah, I might not want to go in the dining room.
Don't settle for T-Mobile cell phone internet.
Get the natural.
This is why I don't leave the house.
Get faster, more reliable internet speeds with Spectrum.
H&R Block's tax pros average 10 years of experience and will do your taxes for you from start to finish. You know, for nearly 70 years, we've prepared more than 800 million tax returns worldwide. You should know, I'm H&R Block's Chief Tax Officer, Kathy Pickering. For us, expert help isn't new. So when every dollar matters, get your max refund guaranteed with an H&R Block Tax Pro.
Nobody works better than me.
You gotta be wired differently.
When they're chanting your name, you just get so fired up. It's gonna be all elite, baby.
David, what reaction did you have when I contacted you?
Disappointment. You know, my wife, my children, our friends, you know, they all discouraged me from doing the interview, but I looked at it as an opportunity to tell the truth and what really happened. The truth was never out there. There's been lies, lie after lie after lie. Robert did not tell the truth. He didn't tell the real story of what happened. And so I spent 12 and a half years in prison. You just can't spend that long in prison at that young of an age and it not be with you forever.
So let's go back in time. Robert has said he didn't want to rob anybody, but as the day wore on, you kept going on about it, and he caved in.
That's an outright lie. There was never any discussion about robbing anybody or any of that crap. It never happened. It was never talked about. It was never discussed.
He says you guys went to this place, Blanchett Landing, and you guys were looking for someone to rob, and you spotted 2 men kissing. Did that happen?
Never. Yeah, never went there to no park, to Blanchard. Never spotted 2 men kissing. Never happened. The plan was that we were going to some girl's house that was throwing a party, and he didn't have a car. It was his suggestion that we hitchhike. And so we decided to thumb it. I mean, we weren't a quarter mile or half mile away from, you know, my apartment. And these guys pulled over and asked us where we were going if we needed a ride.
He said that you guys talked about how gay guys might be an easier target to rob.
Well, he can stick with his story all he wants, but the facts are facts. They're stubborn things. They don't go away. And the reality is these guys didn't look like the guys you wanted to walk up and rob. They look like guys that would kick your ass, like 2 biker dudes driving a car. These guys didn't look like they had any money whatsoever. You know, the car is dilapidated. They had beer cans on the floorboard. If you were setting yourself out to go rob somebody, it's not somebody you would pick.
Did you know Robert had a gun with him?
I didn't know he had a gun that night. I know I wasn't surprised that he had a gun thinking about it later. That, if he knew we were going hitchhiking, maybe he grabbed it for safety. Biggest mistake of my life was getting in that car that day. It's a bell that you can't unring. I remember looking over at the driver thinking, man, that guy looks creepy. The other guy was an older guy. He was sitting in front of me, so I couldn't really see his face. And I remember it being uncomfortable, but primarily I remember looking out the window and just thinking, man, all I want to do is just get there. I'm looking forward to getting out of this car. And so the guy started driving down a dark access road next to a farm field. There was no lights out there or anything. And so they pulled over, and the passenger, he got out of the car, and he pushed the seat forward for me to get out. And when I did, he grabbed me in the headline. And I remember his belly was hard. He had a big kind of beer belly, and it was very hard. He had big forearms. And he and I went down the ditch and rolled. And then he jumped on top of me and he straddled me. And then that's when he had my neck in his hands. So
And now on the clock, the Minnesota Vikings.
Is that hard to talk about?
I don't like reliving that detail. I remember looking up and him just full of rage in his face. And I remember I thought about my mom, my little brother, and I thought I'm never going to see him again. At that point, the world changed.
Columbia, Houston, check.
We hear nothing.
A space shuttle accident is usually not one thing. It's a series of events.
Is that part of the wing coming apart?
Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, premieres Sunday, April 7th at 9 on CNN. Can Nariva support your brain health?
Mary, Janet, hey!
Eddie, no, Fraser, Frank. Frank? Brad, how are you? Brad.
Fuel up to 7 brain health indicators, including your memory. Join the Nariva Brain Health Challenge.
I'm a guy who lost a bet and my dignity, as if watching my team lose wasn't punishment enough. And if you have good car insurance, odds are you'll be paying for that yourself. So get Allstate.
Fancy Feast. Chef inspired. Cat adored. Every silky broth. Every impeccable pate. Every delicious detail brings you and your cat closer together. Fancy Feast. Love is in the details.
Shingles. Some describe it as an intense burning sensation or an unbearable itch. This painful, blistering rash could also disrupt your work and time with family. Shingles could also lead to long-term debilitating nerve pain that can last for months or even years. If you're over 50, the virus that causes shingles is likely already inside of you. And as you age, your risk of developing shingles increases. Don't wait. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about shingles today.
Parents have to make a lot of decisions. Like, what do you feed baby when your go-to becomes a no-no? Talking about you. Parents, Gerber's got you. Nutritious food for your growing little ones. Support for you.
There's nothing better than a Subway Series footlong, except when you add an all-new footlong sidekick, like the All-American Club, with a new footlong pretzel. They're the perfect piece.
Are you and that sidekick having a moment?
Don't judge us.
Every epic footlong deserves a perfect sidekick.
What? It's superhero day at school.
The Denver Broncos are now on the clock.
Lego with Dego.
Oh, wait.
First, I use better than bouillon for broth, and then stir fries, sauces, even marinades. And now there's the culinary collection, Italian herb.
The Bengals now on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. Now on the clock, the Rams. And now on the clock, it's the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals on the clock now. The Los Angeles Rams are up. They're on the clock. It's the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. With the next selection, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Next up, it's the Broncos on the clock. It's the Bears now on the clock.
Did that day ever come?
No. In 30 years, this is the first time I've ever been able to tell the truth, what really happened. I never told my story.
This group is competitive and it's fierce. She did have Mean Girl Street. A lot of us could. Did she really just get stabbed? Seriously? She's dead? All new.
He looked like the captain of the football team, but no matter what he made, there just wasn't enough money, and it just took the worst turn possible.
I never saw this much blood at a crime scene.
Legally Blonde, all new. Monday at 10 on ID.
You know, those mornings when it takes just a little bit extra to get you out of bed. This might be it. Wake up to the goodness of Jimmy Dean.
In here, you can expect to find crystal clear audio, expansive display space, and more comfort for everyone. But we still left room for all the unexpected things you'll find out here. The new 2024 Grand Cherokee lineup. Jeep, there's only one.
During the Jeep Celebration event, get the 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $38,290 MSRP. Visit Jeep.com for details.
Why won't Scout play with us anymore?
He has something called osteoarthritis pain. It's joint pain that hurts him all the time. Now, there's Librela, the first and only once-monthly injection to control your dog's OA pain. Veterinary professionals administering Librela who are pregnant, trying to conceive, or breastfeeding should take extreme care to avoid self-injection, which can cause allergic reactions like anaphylaxis.
This is the best day of my life.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go binge watch. Good to go out even later. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider just 6 times a year. Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems, mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. With Cabenuva, you're good to go. Ask your doctor about switching.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
The way they're vibe at our place. Listen.
My thing, darling?
Gardening.
Some of us go for the dramatic.
How did I know Weaver had vanities and tiles?
This? Excuse me, ottoman without legs.
Sean, you'll flip for the food fight.
In the Weaverhood, there's a place for all of us.
Every style, every home. I do anything.
At PetSmart, you can save up to 20% on your dog's first groom with the Salon Welcome Package, so they can be by your side for all the moments that matter. PetSmart, anything for pets.
Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. With the next selection, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers.
In a bag like a bunch of groceries, all these cheese and greens just come to me. Freedom you can't take your eyes off. The new 2024 Jeep Wrangler and Gladiator. Jeep, there's only one.
During the Jeep celebration event, purchase and get $2,000 cash allowance on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport. Don't miss this great honor. Visit your local Jeep dealer today.
Columbia, Houston, now I'm checking.
Oh, you're nothing.
The space shuttle accident is usually not one thing, it's a series of events.
It's that part of the wing coming apart.
It's the Detroit
Space Shuttle
Lions
Columbia,
now
the
on
final
the
flight,
clock.
premieres Sunday, April 7th at 9 on CNN.
The lawyer called, told me that they were offering reduced charges from first-degree murder to second-degree murder. So it's like 1 15-year sentence. He said, in my opinion, you have a 50-50 chance of being convicted. And if you're convicted, you will never get out of prison. You will die in prison. And I was so angry at him because I was like, man, it's not right. What do you mean a 50-50 chance? And I remember talking to guys in the jail, and they all advised me to take the deal. They're like, but see if they'll give you less time for a crime I didn't even commit.
On the clock now,
So I
the
went to
Dallas
court,
Cowboys.
and I took what they call an Alfred plea, which means you're not admitting to guilt. You know, you're just saying, hey, I give up. I'll take the time. Let me move on.
In April of 1992, and I was living such a lie, and I did it, I didn't do it, I did one, he did one, there was all the variations you could think of, and so I reached out to him and said, I want to confess. I'm like, confess to what? I said, everything.
I called Dave and
With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock.
Somewhere between the North River Road and the King Springs exit, I think the guy I was down there at the same time.
It's the Bucks now on the clock.
Once we have the King Springs exit, I was going to have Mr. Young drop us off while he was in the group.
What was that? He said something about loading the gun?
He gave you the unloaded gun in the car.
Okay.
Did I have it?
No, of course not. Absolutely not. Never handed me a gun. I never touched that gun. I didn't know he had the gun. It's unfathomable.
So did you ever hand David the gun in the car?
No. David never touched the gun.
So you never pulled the gun out, handed it to him?
No. David
Well,
never.
one of your confessions said that you had handed
David
the
never
gun.
handled that gun. No. Well, I can only tell you the truth now. The Parker got out of the driver's side, you know, I punched him in the face and the fingers and like a small hole, the dish type thing.
The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock.
Parker back to his main sign, I got close to yelling.
It's the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock.
This kid's living in the fantasy land.
I knew my own mind when I was shooting. I got up and started getting towards the open field, and I fired one shot, and I think I hit him in the back. I walked closer within just a few feet and fired the last live shell, and I should have been hurt.
The Jaguars are on the clock.
Wow.
So this was in 1992, after he had already been in jail for 2 years.
So I was actually sitting in the jail when he's doing in the same building that he's doing this interview. I wish that I had known this time.
Why do you think he would say that, if that wasn't the truth?
He's consigned to the fact that he's going to prison, that he's going to prison for the rest of his life. And I think now he's trying to pre-establish some type of image to protect him inside. And so this whole story to try to make him look like a cold-blooded, ruthless killer is fabricated, completely fabricated. And the reason he's so cavalier is because he's completely lying. And hey, I'm glad he finally admitted that he, actually killed both of the guys. And I didn't, but again, it doesn't benefit me. It's too late for all that. If he wanted to talk and run his mouth, he should have been telling the truth from day one, and probably neither one of us would have went to prison. They're not going to reverse a sentence. It's after the fact. It's irrelevant. That was something he should have done prior to me going to prison. It's sad. It's really sad. I think it should have had an impact. I think after he had made these statements, I'm very disappointed or angry that the prosecutor would still allow me to accept a prison sentence even as an Alfred plea.
On the clock now, the New England Patriots.
If I would have told the truth in the beginning, it certainly would have had an impact on my life, but it would have changed David's life too. I've learned the impact of what I've done since I've been in prison. I know what I've done. I'm still impacting people. And I don't know what other impact there has to be for me to realize that what I did was wrong. I knew from day one. I knew what I did. I couldn't change it, but it took me a long time to get to the point where I was ready to make a change in my life. I don't feel like I was arrested. I feel like I was rescued. 2 people are dead as a result of what I did. But can I be better from that point forward? What would I say to David if I could talk to David now? I would tell David I'm sorry for what I put him through and what I put his family through and how I ruined his life. I put him in prison for 12 and a half years
Now
for something I
on
didn't
the
do.
clock, the Los Angeles Chargers.
He literally saved my life and prevented probably both of us from being killed. So you would think that that's a story, you know, that someone would want to tell, and especially when it's the truth. Maybe for his reputation in jail or prison or whatever it would be, you know, he feels that he has to maintain an image. And that's the only thing that I could think of. I mean, what else could it be? So the reality of it is, despite all of his stories and concoctions and this and that and this, at the end of the day, you know, Robert Schaefer saved my life.
The
Saved his
Seattle
life.
Seahawks are now on the clock.
Wow. It makes me wonder if the negative attention is some better reward than positive attention. Another theme in his life. Wow. My family is going to be really interested in hearing this. Strange. I can only imagine that the truth is somewhere between David's story and Robert's story.
I got a call from my aunt stating that my dad was here. When I got here, I came up here and my dad was sitting right here. He was pale, just crying real bad and saying that he was sorry. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what happened. I didn't understand. My dad had Mickey's brain matter and stuff all over his face. It was horrible. He done something horribly wrong. In that moment, I wanted him to commit suicide. He shot and killed a mother. I thought in that moment he deserved to die too. That was really hard because I loved him so much, but I was so mad at him. I felt like, oh my God, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What's going to happen? It broke my heart.
Saints are on the
My
clock.
world was crushing because I lost my dad. I lost everything. I didn't understand like why he would do something like this.
Next up, the Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
I always knew I could kill someone. You need to stop hurting people the way you do. You're going to kill somebody one of these days. Just this horrible thing comes over me, and it's too late once it takes over. Bang! It comes on me. Oh my God! Look what I've done! I had that pistol in my pocket, and I reached in my pocket and I shot her.
The New York Jets are now on the clock.
picture makes me sad. This picture is from the night that my dad got arrested. It just doesn't look like my dad when you look into his eyes. It's not my dad, but it is my dad. I've never
The
seen
Green
like
Bay
that
Packers are
evil.
now on the clock.
Like, he just has no soul. Totally different. Totally different. Like a scary monster. I don't like this picture at all. It reminds me of what he did. He killed someone else. It doesn't look like my dad. My father was a good dad. He always made sure we had food on the table. He worked every day. He did things with us, but then again, he had a lot of problems.
On the clock now.
A lot of, I say, anger issues. He would change in an instant. If we were doing something wrong, my dad would he would get so mad and blow up. Like, we would be in big trouble. Sometimes he would speed on us in our head. What's that? You get a knuckle to the head. When he would do that, it would really hurt. Like, it'd make us cry.
The Miami Dolphins now on the clock.
At times, we would get whooped with just his hands, but at other times, it would get bad and we'd get hit with a belt. There was this time where I think it was over not bringing our bikes in. Like, it was starting to rain, and they just bought us new bicycles, so we would all go with them. And my mom ended up getting into it with my dad. It just made my dad madder. My dad punched her, and it dislocated some of her disc in her neck.
With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock.
It wouldn't be a half an hour or 20 minutes. He would come back saying, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. My mom stuck up for us a lot. A lot.
I wish I died an artist. It's never about survival in that life.
On the clock now, the Baltimore Ravens.
This is mine. The end of my story. My peace. On the bridge.
The Green Bay Packers are
You
on the
told
clock.
Gabriel you wanted to marry her. You found this. And you wanted to give it to you. How did you? You weren't dreaming, right? Go ahead. Do what he said you would do. Please.
The New York Jets on the clock now.
Ah, excuse me, P-Patch.
You don't have to do this long.
Yeah, I don't want to join your super secret boy band.
AMC Spotlight, Iron Man 2, Sunday at 6. Immediately followed by The Ones Who Live, finale at 9. And the new series Perish at 10:15, Sunday on AMC.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade an idle thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of photos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
Now
How about
on the
none?
clock,
Yeah, none filter.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
We come from a long line of cowboys. When I see all of us out there on this ranch, I see how far our legacy can go.
Can Nariva support your brain health?
Mary, Janet, hey.
Eddie, Phil, Fraser, Frank. Frank? Brad, how are you? Brad.
Fuel up to 7 brain health indicators, including your memory. Join the Nariva Brain Health Challenge.
You heard other mobile providers say it. Get a new phone on us. Sounds nice, but what does it mean? It means they lock you into an expensive plan to get that phone. So you're paying more, up to 3 times more. To other mobile providers, on us means on you. But with Spectrum Mobile, what you see is what you get. No gimmicks, no contracts, straightforward pricing. Get the latest phone and still save more than $1,000 over Big 3 wireless. So switch to Spectrum Mobile today.
On the clock now, the New Orleans Saints.
This is a story about the one. The untrained eye may not see the one as extraordinary, but her goals aren't easy. She fixes, she manages, she perfects. She is extraordinary. Because the one, maintaining this space, transports her to this space. The industrial grade product you need plus 1 million more. Call, click Grainger.com or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring is the unsung catalyst for bold. What straps gold into a rocket and hurls it into space? Boring does. Boring makes vacations happen. Early retirement's possible. And startups start up because it's smart, dependable, and steady. All words you want from your bank. For nearly 160 years, PNC Bank has been brilliantly boring so you can be happily fulfilled. Which is pretty unboring if you think about it.
This is not just another E-Class, because it evolves with you. It's the
Now
first
the
E-Class
Seattle
made
Seahawks
just
are
for you.
on the clock.
This is not just designed because you're E-Class. It adapts, it recognizes, understands you, empowers you, energizes you, feels you. It evolves with you. The new E-Class.
This young point's just over that ridge. What she said to me before in front of her, it wasn't just for her.
You couldn't change them by yourself, Rick, but together, the whole damn world. I see how we could make it better. And if we can, Rick, we have to.
So wait, I've been wanting to say something. It's a broken world, Michonne. And you're the only thing
On the clock now,
that puts it back
it's
together.
the Los Angeles Chargers.
Till my last breath, I am yours.
I could never have imagined this. But it could only ever have been you. I'm yours.
Next up, the Patriots are on the clock.
Show me the other way. You go in, you get the briefing, you get the dossier at the end. Then go home together. Anything changes on base, keep walking.
This is it.
After this next moment, everything will change. Are we crazy?
Now on the clock, the Washington Commanders.
The crimping bullets left a make. You brought him here. This is my son.
Belonged to Alicia. Took it off her corpse after I killed her. She took everything from me. I'm just doing the same for you.
What did I take from you?
It doesn't matter. I'm not a survivor.
Roy, it's Tracy. She's missing. Tracy!
We lost Charlie. And now Troy knows about my people. We're at risk. You have to do it. You have to keep the promise you made to Alicia.
What do you want with me?
You're gonna help me save Padre.
With the next pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
All right, settle down. That's for you, right? Almost. Forgot to carry the one.
Thanks.
Sure, sir.
Sie sind okay. Anziehung. Ich habe dich gerettet.
Hold it right there.
Step aside, please. Right, we cannot. No one's to go down there.
Under whose orders?
Mine.
Where is she?
Where's her?
You know you have Troy's daughter down there. Think we leave the fox in the henhouse without keeping eyes on her?
Perhaps we can discuss this in a more civilized manner. This seems pretty civilized. The wife. Hello. Been a long time.
The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock.
Bye-bye.
Why'd you bring that girl here?
Because I knew Troy wouldn't dream of attacking the island if he knew he had his daughter's leverage. Or it's the perfect reason to attack. He doesn't know we're here.
I have his kid. He'll find it.
How? It's not like she's been tagged for migratory purposes.
Maybe you'd know how badly a parent would fight for their kid if you were doing more than playing father to Klaus.
After all these years, you still don't know me.
Oh, I do. Victor. I stood by that tower and I watched you make bad decision after bad decision. People lost their lives because of what you did. John's father lost his life because of what you did. I'm not making that same mistake again.
Jim, many people lost their lives because of you, as I remember when we first met. We've all done things to
It's
build
now
and
the
survive.
San Francisco
None of us were ones
49ers
to throw
pick.
stones.
They're up.
The girl went missing while you were gone. I saw an opportunity. Someone had to make the call.
That's the thing, Victor. None of us remember asking you to be the one to do that.
There were plenty of prefects that could have held down the fort.
They're children. So are you. Jim. I'm not the man I used to be.
There we go.
Because I know you're the woman that you used to be. Am I right? Naomi.
You told me everything. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's this? I'm his husband.
You want us to believe you, change you, to show us, help us fix this.
How? The girl's already here.
Bring her back to her father.
You think if that will satisfy Troy?
It might if we give him the man who kidnapped.
Start walking. Hey, like always, it's not going to work. You don't know Troy the way I do. You already lost the hotel. This island is the last chance I have to do good on what I promised.
The Carolina Panthers
I wish I
now
could
on
believe
the
that.
clock.
You want to show us who's changed. Now's the time.
It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock.
Let's walk.
I'll look at the girl.
Victor,
I'll come. Stay.
I won't let you do this.
help me. Figure something out.
I saw what that man did a long time ago. They killed you if you hadn't said, well,
I'm afraid they will as well. I don't. I don't want you caught in the crossfire. I'll come back to you.
I'll be waiting.
The Colts now on the clock.
What size you got? What size you got? So,
What?
I said, what size do you chip?
Misha.
The Kansas City Chiefs now on the clock. It's now the Vikings' turn. On the clock. The Chicago Bears are on the clock now. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock.
What are you doing here? I already told you I can't help you build Padre back into what it should be.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that. But that's not why I'm here.
The Buffalo Bills are
You're looking
now
for
on
Alicia,
the
aren't you?
clock.
My kids deserve to be at rest. I can do that with Nick. Come and do the same with Alicia.
You don't know where she is, Madison.
Who's your friend?
I'm not
The
his
Los
brother.
Angeles Rams now on the clock. It's now
Boy, Doc.
the Arizona Cardinals selection.
I found her
They're
wandering
on
around the
clock.
wilderness. I saved her life.
He kidnapped me.
Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in the middle.
What's your name, kid?
Tracy.
You certainly have your father's eyes. Don't worry, I won't make you pay for his crimes.
What crime?
He killed my daughter. On top of a lot of other shit he probably didn't tell you about.
He told me everything. How you killed his father. How you turned his brother against him. How you left him for dead at the dam.
That's not exactly how it happened.
You also killed my mother.
Sorry, kid, but I don't know what your father told you. I don't know who your mother is.
You wouldn't make something like that up.
Why'd you bring this girl here, Victor?
I took her back to Padre to use her as leverage against Troy.
You took her to Padre.
You weren't there. It's the only play I had.
The
So what's she doing
Arizona
off the island?
Cardinals are now
Cousins
on
revolted.
the
They thought
clock.
it too risky to keep her there.
Well, they're probably right. So why'd you bring her here?
She may be your best shot at finding Alicia. This belonged to her.
How do you know that was a mistake?
Because I gave it to her.
Why?
That doesn't matter. What does matter is she was able to lead us to her.
Is that true, Tracy?
Maybe.
Not getting pulled into this for a maybe.
Well, perhaps she'll be a bit more forthcoming when she realizes that we're the only people who can save her life.
Save her for what?
June, the White, Sherry, they're after her because she knows where Padre is. And they're not alone.
She wasn't blindfolded?
He pulled it off.
They were going to send her back to her father. We can save her from that life.
By giving away Padre's location? The one thing that's keeping Troy from attacking me.
I had to make it impossible for them to turn over to Troy. That's what Alicia would have done.
He
On
did
the
it because
clock
it
now,
pinned him
the
against
Los
that
Angeles
tree.
Rams.
Madison, you're the only person who knows the man who I used to be and still believes that I've changed. So believe me when I say this. This isn't about saving my own skin. It's about saving hers too.
You really know where I might find Alicia?
It's the Bills
Just take me
now on the clock.
I don't think I have a choice.
Smart girl. All right. I'll help you keep her safe. But first we find Alicia.
What happens after I take you there?
I don't know. Victor's right about one thing. You can't go back to your father.
Come on, big mouth.
I came here through hell. And I kept believing.
You and me, you could do anything.
The Las Vegas Raiders now on the clock.
I do anything. At PetSmart, you can save up to 20% on your dog's first groom with the Salon Welcome Package, so they can be by your side for all the moments that matter. PetSmart, anything for pets.
A better banking app is right at your fingertips. Download Dave, and you can get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less, right through your phone. There's no interest, no credit checks, and no late fees. Because getting help shouldn't set you back. Switch to the banking app made for you, and you can get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less. Download the Dave app now, or go to dave.com today.
Next up, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the
Call.
clock.
Download the free app now.
SBabes.com, the hottest live adult cam site. Meet us at SBabes.com.
We want to make your morning news part of your routine by bringing you stories that inspire and news that matters to the Tampa Bay area.
We're invested in our communities, and the connection we share with all of you is what motivates us.
We'll get you caught up on what's happening now and what you need to know to plan your day with traffic and weather every 10 minutes.
Good morning. Welcome to Spectrum Bay News 9.
Start your day with your morning news, weekdays starting at 5.
Available on all of your favorite devices, exclusively on Spectrum.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify.
On the
Call
clock
right
now,
now.
it's the Denver Broncos. On the clock now, the Chicago Bears. The Minnesota Vikings, now on the clock. With the next pick, the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock. It's now the Indianapolis Colts selection. It's the Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock.
Young and very. If you left me medicine,
And use all the help we can get.
take shotgun. Let's see.
Wait, slow down. Hang on, I'm still trying to figure out where it is on here.
We've been looking at that map for 15 minutes.
She's a child, Daniel, not an atlas.
On the clock
We're doing
now,
so far.
the Detroit Lions.
My dad told me about you.
Did your daddy also tell you why I want to kill him?
Daniel, don't scare the girl.
He deserves to know the truth. Even children have to understand that what we do or not do creates consequences. They need to learn. No one gets a free pass.
He told me your daughter died because she tried to poison a lot of innocent people.
Well, my daughter Ophelia died because your lunatic father led a herd of the dead to destroy his own settlement. She died fighting to defend it. She
The
died.
Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock.
That's why you're here. You don't give a shit whether or not Madison Berry's Alicia. You don't give a shit about the girl. You want to use her to make Troy feel what he's made you feel.
There's something fundamentally wrong with you. Victor.
We're leaving. Why am I the only one trying to do the right thing? You both know how far I go to do what I believe is right. Come on. Get on. Go, go, go.
What the hell was that?
Wanna find Alicia or not? Ah, shit. Ah. We're not gonna lose
The
again.
Panthers are on the clock. Next up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. The 49ers on the clock now.
You coming or not?
How many of you are there?
Save introductions for inside.
The market's a doozy, but you might be closer to owning than you think. Zillow has the tools and experts that can help you find what you can afford. See what's possible with Zillow.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie, part terrier, and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet.
With
He's
the
part
next
portable
selection,
upholstery cleaner,
the Falcons
ground
are
saver,
on the clock.
part steam-powered stain remover, and part party animal patrol. Every purchase saves pets, like Milo. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Hi, my name is Joanne, and I lost 75 pounds on Golo. The other times I've lost weight, I was tired, worn down. With Golo, you feel great as you lose weight. I have enough energy to exercise every day.
He was only 47. Aneurysm.
Did he have life insurance?
Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind is worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. NetCredit is here to say yes.
On
To a
the
personal
clock
loan or
now,
line of credit.
the Jacksonville
Even other lenders won't.
Jaguars.
Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. Go to netcredit.com. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
I'm just a cleaning lady. She's clearly much more than that. I'm never going to let anything bad happen to you.
The Cleaning Lady TV is on Fox or watch anytime on Hulu.
All right, time to do some selling. That's going towards friends. Oh yeah, that's going towards girls' night. And that's going towards a new bag.
Your closet is worth more than you realize. Download the Poshmark app and start cashing in today.
How am I going to find a doctor when I'm hallucinating?
What about ZocDoc?
Next up, the Commanders are
Yeah,
on
and
the
Dr.
clock.
Shichan even takes your sketchy insurance. Shichan.
You've got more options than you know. Look now.
You like black vanilla? Yum.
New Axe Black Vanilla. Get closer with the finest fragrances.
Refill? Help yourself, man.
Dude, dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
Real weird.
It's the New England Patriots, now on the clock.
It was bad luck anyway.
Fresh Pet. It's not dog food, it's food food.
Back in me into a corner. And it's how it stopped.
This is what we're going to find Alicia.
What you said you wanted.
This is not a good idea.
It's the only one I got. The entire herd is scattered. You ever seen anything like that before?
The Los Angeles Chargers, now on the clock.
Alicia was in the herd. My father led it here before the weather got cold.
Why?
The herd was following us when we were traveling here. We didn't want it to get near the hotel. So, when the temperature started dropping, we knew the about freezing.
Father
told me he didn't know where Alicia was.
He lied. He didn't want you to find her. He didn't want you to bury her.
How you know all this?
Doesn't matter.
Let's go. Anything? Sit in ducks till we get the guns
On the
reloaded.
clock now, the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, nothing. Where does it go here? No. You okay?
Last time I was in here, I was with someone who I thought I'd never see again.
We know. Alicia told me. Where she died. Which one killed her?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You knew her?
Briefly. She passed a lot of her life.
Why are you dressed like her?
We're doing more than dressing like her. We're keeping her alive. Doing for other people what she did for us.
Which was?
The settlement was under siege from bandits when Alicia passed through. Made them regret they tried to shape.
And now on the clock,
I had to
it's
move
the
her.
49ers.
Alicia bought antibiotics for me.
What about you?
You don't remember me, do you? We spoke years ago, back in Texas when I was still a kid. But maybe you didn't get a good look at my face because you were always aloof.
You don't see it just and say it out.
I was with my dad. He tried to.
It's the New Orleans Saints, now on the clock. It's the Cleveland Browns, now on the clock. On the clock now, the Houston Texans. Next up, the Jets are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Green Bay Packers. With the next selection, the Ravens are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Miami Dolphins. Next up, it's the Dolphins on the clock. The Baltimore Ravens now on the clock. Next up, it's the Packers on the clock. With the next selection, the New York Jets. The Houston Texans are now on the clock. With the next selection, the Browns are on the clock. The New York Giants on the clock. Next up, it's the Seahawks on the clock. The Chargers are up now. They're on the clock. The New England Patriots are now on the clock. The Washington Commanders are now on the clock. The Jaguars are on the clock now. On the clock now, it's the Atlanta Falcons. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the Carolina Panthers, now on the clock. It's the Cowboys, now on the clock. The Detroit Lions, now on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers, on the clock now. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. Next up, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. On the clock now, the Kansas City Chiefs. And now on the clock, the Minnesota Vikings. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. The Bengals now on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. Now on the clock, the Rams. And now on the clock, it's the Arizona Cardinals. The Los Angeles Rams are up. They're on the clock. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. With the next selection, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Next up, it's the Broncos on the clock. It's the Bears now on the clock. The Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. The Chiefs are on the clock. The Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. With the next selection, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the Detroit Lions now on the clock. On the clock now, the Dallas Cowboys. With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. It's the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock. The Jaguars are on the clock. With the next selection, it's the Washington Commanders. On the clock now, the New England Patriots. Now on the clock, the Los Angeles Chargers. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. Now on the clock, the Giants. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock. Next up, the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. The New York Jets are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock now. The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. On the clock now, the Baltimore Ravens. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. The New York Jets on the clock now. On the clock now, the Houston Texans. The Cleveland Browns are now on the clock. With the next selection, the Saints are on the clock. The New York Giants are now on the clock. Now the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Los Angeles Chargers. Next up, the Patriots are on the clock. Now on the clock, the Washington Commanders. With the next pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. It's now the San Francisco 49ers pick. They're up. It's the Bucks now on the clock. The Carolina Panthers now on the clock. It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. With the next selection, the Lions are on the clock. It's the Steelers now on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. The Colts now on the clock. The Kansas City Chiefs, now on the clock. It's now the Vikings' turn. On the clock. The Chicago Bears are on the clock now. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. It's the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. The Los Angeles Rams now on the clock. The Cardinals on the clock now. It's now the Arizona Cardinals selection. They're on the clock. On the clock now, the Los Angeles Rams. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders now on the clock. Next up, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Denver Broncos. On the clock now, the Chicago Bears. The Minnesota Vikings, now on the clock. With the next pick, the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock. It's now the Indianapolis Colts selection. It's the Philadelphia Eagles, now on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock. On the clock now, the Detroit Lions. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. The Panthers are on the clock. Next up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. The 49ers on the clock now. With the next selection, the Falcons are on the clock. On the clock now, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Next up, the Commanders are on the clock. It's the New England Patriots, now on the clock. The Los Angeles Chargers, now on the clock. On the clock now, the Seattle Seahawks. And now on the clock, it's the 49ers. On the clock now, the New Orleans Saints. It's the Cleveland Browns now on the clock. Now on the clock, the Texans. Next up, the Jets are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Green Bay Packers. With the next selection, the Ravens are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Miami Dolphins. Next up, it's the Dolphins on the clock. The Baltimore Ravens now on the clock. Next up, it's the Packers on the clock. With the next selection, the New York Jets. On the clock now, the Houston Texans. With the next selection, the Browns are on the clock. It's the New Orleans Saints, now on the clock. The New York Giants on the clock. Next up, it's the Seahawks on the clock. The Chargers are up now. They're on the clock. The New England Patriots are now on the clock. The Washington Commanders are now on the clock. The Jaguars are on the clock now. On the clock now, it's the Atlanta Falcons. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the Carolina Panthers, now on the clock. It's the Cowboys, now on the clock. The Detroit Lions now on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock now. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. Next up, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. On the clock now, the Kansas City Chiefs. And now on the clock, the Minnesota Vikings. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. The Bengals now on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. It's the Bills now on the clock. Now on the clock, the Rams. The Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. And now on the clock, it's the Arizona Cardinals. The Los Angeles Rams are up. They're on the clock. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. With the next selection, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Next up, it's the Broncos on the clock. It's the Bears now on the clock. The Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. The Chiefs are on the clock. The Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. With the next selection, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the Detroit Lions now on the clock. On the clock now, the Dallas Cowboys. With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. It's the Atlanta Falcons, now on the clock. The Jaguars are on the clock. With the next selection, it's the Washington Commanders. On the clock now, the New England Patriots. Now on the clock, the Los Angeles Chargers. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. Now on the clock, the Giants. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock. Next up, the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. The Houston Texans are now on the clock. The New York Jets are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock now. The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. On the clock now, the Baltimore Ravens. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. The New York Jets on the clock now. On the clock now, the Houston Texans. The Cleveland Browns are now on the clock. With the next selection, the Saints are on the clock. The New York Giants are now on the clock. Now the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Los Angeles Chargers. Next up, the Patriots are on the clock. Now on the clock, the Washington Commanders. With the next pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. It's now the San Francisco 49ers pick. They're up. It's the Bucks now on the clock. The Carolina Panthers now on the clock. It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. With the next selection, the Lions are on the clock. It's the Steelers now on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. The Colts now on the clock. The Kansas City Chiefs, now on the clock. It's now the Vikings' turn. On the clock. The Chicago Bears are on the clock now. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. It's the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. The Los Angeles Rams now on the clock. The Cardinals on the clock now. It's now the Arizona Cardinals selection. They're on the clock. On the clock now, the Los Angeles Rams. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders now on the clock. Next up, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Denver Broncos. On the clock now, the Chicago Bears. The Minnesota Vikings, now on the clock. With the next pick, the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock. It's now the Indianapolis Colts selection. It's the Philadelphia Eagles, now on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock. On the clock now, the Detroit Lions. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. The Panthers are on the clock. Next up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. The 49ers on the clock now. With the next selection, the Falcons are on the clock. On the clock now, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Next up, the Commanders are on the clock. It's the New England Patriots, now on the clock. The Los Angeles Chargers now on the clock. On the clock now, the Seattle Seahawks. And now on the clock, it's the 49ers. On the clock now, the New Orleans Saints. It's the Cleveland Browns now on the clock. Now on the clock, the Texans. Next up, the Jets are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Green Bay Packers. With the next selection, the Ravens are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Miami Dolphins. Next up, it's the Dolphins on the clock. The Baltimore Ravens now on the clock. Next up, it's the Packers on the clock. With the next selection, the New York Jets. On the clock now, the Houston Texans. With the next selection, the Browns are on the clock. It's the New Orleans Saints, now on the clock. The New York Giants on the clock. Next up, it's the Seahawks on the clock. The Chargers are up now. They're on the clock. The New England Patriots are now on the clock. The Washington Commanders are now on the clock. The Jaguars are on the clock now. On the clock now, it's the Atlanta Falcons. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the Carolina Panthers, now on the clock. It's the Cowboys now on the clock. The Detroit Lions now on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock now. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. Next up, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. On the clock now, the Kansas City Chiefs. And now on the clock, the Minnesota Vikings. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. The Bengals now on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. It's the Bills now on the clock. Now on the clock, the Rams. The Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. And now on the clock, it's the Arizona Cardinals. The Los Angeles Rams are up. They're on the clock. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. With the next selection, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Next up, it's the Broncos on the clock. It's the Bears now on the clock. The Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. The Chiefs are on the clock. The Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. With the next selection, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the Detroit Lions now on the clock. On the clock now, the Dallas Cowboys. With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. Next up, the Titans are on the clock. It's the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock. The Jaguars are on the clock. With the next selection, it's the Washington Commanders. On the clock now, the New England Patriots. Now on the clock, the Los Angeles Chargers. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. Now on the clock, the Giants. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock. Next up, the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. The Houston Texans are now on the clock. The New York Jets are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock now. The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. On the clock now, the Houston Texans. With the next selection, the Saints are on the clock. The New York Giants are now on the clock. Now the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Los Angeles Chargers. Next up, the Patriots are on the clock. Now on the clock, the Washington Commanders. With the next pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. The Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. It's now the San Francisco 49ers pick. They're up. It's the Bucks now on the clock. The Carolina Panthers now on the clock. It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. With the next selection, the Lions are on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. The Colts now on the clock.